You need to, yeah. Hang on, I need to get that. Can you move that out? There you go, yeah. That's lovely, thanks.
Slowly?
You need to, yeah. Hang on, I need to.
Slowly?
You need to, yeah. Hang on, I need to get that. Can you move that out? There you go, yeah.
Slowly.
You need to, yeah. Hang on, I need to get quiet.
name's Mr. Laszlo.
But why my name, Richard?
Because you're getting on that plane.
I don't understand. What about you?
I'm staying here with him. The plane gets safely away.
No, Richard. No, what has happened to you last night?
Last night we said a great many things. You said I was to do the thinking for both of us. Well, I've done a lot of it since then. It all adds up to one thing. You're getting on that plane with Victor where you belong.
But Richard, no.
Now, you've got to listen to me. You have any idea what you'd have to look forward to if you stay here? 9 chances out of 10 we both wind up at a concentration camp. Is that true, Louis?
I'm afraid, Major Strasser, with tonight at 10. You're gonna be dressed properly for the ball in white. Don't be absurd. Your own good sense is then ask me. I will sit at home quietly with our embroidery. Tomorrow night at 10.
Kristen, got your stick.
So I did. I forgot to use it too.
I'm sick and I'm tired. Now leave me alone. Leave me alone. Well, that's...
You haven't earned that much. Now sit down.
You're right. Somebody rocks the boat.
Don't look at me and say that.
I should laugh at you, should I? But I can't help it. You were so awkward that I almost laughed in your face at first. And then it made me quite sick to think that anyone could be stupid enough to be taken in by a lot of old tricks. Listen, Danny. All I know is that kid sister of mine came back here again last night, and nobody's seen her since. And get this straight. If I find out that you or anybody else has laid a finger on her, it seems inconceivable I've never seen her backstage before. So many people loitering about. Well. So Eve is not working for Max after all. Max, you sly,
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed. Lunch, Miss Hudson. I can't leave Miss Hudson. I'm stuck with either Sweet 16 or Kids of 65. You must have known it the day you enrolled. They're either too young or too old.
Come on, Oscar. Let you and me get drunk.
Time's different. Your life is just beginning, Midas Hutton. 2 years is valuable currency. I have spent 2 years on you. I guess everybody in the world has got a time they don't like.
Time, Alan. Do you ever think about time? It goes, Alan. That's the business of time.
Desire? Want something? Obtain that desire and live up to every moment of it. And then go on leaving yesterday behind.
Do you mind if I congratulate you?
Well, you're the king.
Thank you.
I'd like to kiss you, but I just washed my hair. Bye.
Zanuck is impatient. He wants me. He needs me.
Janet, what are you two lovers?
career. No one loved her but her mother. Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night.
I'll get... Even if I have to crawl back from my grave to do it.
Did I do that? And so there's a couple of team of people who visit the city to bring new
but it's nice to see you again. Good morning, Mrs. Apple. Well, plug me in, but it's... She pulled him across the hall and into her own apartment. To Mrs. Arlen, Leo said, "Why are you so hostile to me? What did I ever do to you?" "I'm not hostile," Rose Arlen said. "I'm just trying to wake you up to the truth. The desk was on the level. Our daughter, Carolyn, had it. She can hear thoughts, instantly." menace by virtue of the fact that she had deliberately flouted the law, and he thought that Barnes people could catch her on a felony rap, lying Then, his own attorneys had explained this. We could hit her with an unfit mother suit, take the children, put the blame on her in a true divorce action, which, under those circumstances, we could make public. But, as it stood, Irma had too many things on her. A contested divorce could make her look bad indeed, what with what Irma had scraped together out of the gutter. Picking up his line-worn phone, he said, "Barnes, the way to get hold of that cop dame, that Alice Noyes, and send her in here. Maybe you should come along too." Police officer Noyes headed the team which had been trying for almost 3 months to get something on Irma. 24 hours a day, his wife was monitored by police video and audio gadgetry, without her knowledge, of course. In fact, one video camera scanned the happenings in Irma's bathroom, which unfortunately had not turned up anything to speak of. Everything Irma said, did, everywhere she saw, every place she went, all on reels of tape at PSS 7 in Denver. And it added up to nothing. She's got her own business, he realized gloomily. Ex-PSS flatheads who roamed about with her when she went shopping or to a party or to Dr. Radcliffe, her dentist. Gotta get rid of her, he said to himself. I should never have married an old man wife. But it had happened long ago. He did not hold the high position which had become his later on. Every unusual and every new man sneered at him in private. He did not like it. He read thoughts, lots of them emanating from many, many people, and buried there somewhere late in time. It was exceptionally great among the new men. While he lay waiting for Director Barnes and Ossifer Noyes, he examined the Times once again, opening it at random to one of its 300 pages, and found himself confronted by an article on the Great Beard Project, an article which called the byline of Amos Ill, a very well-placed new man, someone Graham could not touch. Well, the Great Ear experiment is just rolling merrily along, he thought sardonically as he read. Thought to be beyond the scope of probability, work on the first purely electronic telepathic listening device advances at a reassuring rate. Officials of McNally Corporation, the designer and builder of Great Ear, as it has come to be called, said today in a press conference attended by many skeptical observers. When Great Ear goes into operation, Monroe Cap opined, it will be capable of telepathically monitoring the thought waves of tens of thousands of persons, and with the ability, not found among unusuals, to unscramble these enormous flood tides and toss the paper away. It fell with a noisy thump in a deep pile of the carpeted floor. Those new men bastards, he said savagely to himself, his teeth grinding impotently. They'll pour billions of pops in, and after Great Year they'll build a device which can replace precog unusuals, then all the rest one by one. Poltergeist machines rolling along the streets and buzzing through the air. And instead of the strong and stable two-party government which they now had, there would be a one-party system, a monolithic monster with new men holding all key posts at all levels. Goodbye to civil service, except to tests for new man political activity that double-domed neutral logics with such postulates as a thing is equal to its opposite, and the greater the discrepancy, the greater the congruity. Christ! Maybe, he thought, the whole structure of new man thought is a gigantic theon. We can't understand it. The old men can't understand it. We take their word for it that it's a whole new step upward in the evolution of human brain functioning. And handkerchief and carefully mopped his forehead. His hands were shaking. Listen, he said, managing to make his voice more natural now, more steady. Yet the shaking continued down deeper and out of sight. He sensed it. What was there, hidden and buried under the field. They're going to get me, too. If they're executing court, they'll just go on and wipe all of us out, all the way down to minnows like me. We'll go into those camps, those damn lousy rotten detention camps on Luna. Did you know about them? That's where we're going. My people, not you. I know about the camps, Nick said. Gonna turn me in. Nick said, no. They'll get me. Zeta said bitterly. They've been compiling lists for years, lists a mile long, even on microtapes. They've got computers, they got spies. Anyone could be a spy. Anyone you know or have ever talked to. Listen, Hamilton. Gordon's death means we're not just fighting for political equality. It means we're fighting for our actual physical lives. You understand that, Appleton? You may not like me very much. God knows we don't get along with each other. Do you want to see me murdered? What can I do? Nick said. I can't stop the PSS. Zeta drew himself up, his dumpy body rigid with the agony of despair. You could die along with us, he said. Okay, Nick said. Okay. Zeta peered at him, trying to understand him. What do you mean? I'll do what I can, Nick said. He felt numbed by what he was saying. Everything was gone now. The chance for Bobby had been effectively voided, and a race of tire regroupers would go on forever. I should have waited, he thought. This just simply happened to me. I didn't expect it. I don't really understand it. It must be because Bobby failed, and yet I'm here saying this, telling Zeta this. It's been done. Let's get over to my office, Zeta said hoarsely, and open a pint of beer. You have liquor? He could not imagine it. The penalty was so terribly great. We will drink to Eric Gordon, Zeta said, and led the way. 6. I've never drunk alcohol before, Nick said as they sat facing one another across the table. He had begun to feel terribly odd. You read in the papers all the time that it causes people to go berserk, to suffer complete changes of personality, suffer brain damage. In fact, scare stories, Zeta said. Although, it's true you should go easy at first. Take it slow. Let it just slide down. What's the penalty for drinking alcohol? Nick asked. He found himself having trouble forming words. A year, mandatory, without possibility of parole. Is it worth it? The room around him seemed unreal. It had lost its substantiality, its concreteness. And isn't it habit forming? The papers say once you start, you can never... Just drink your beer, Zeta said. He sipped his, downing it without apparent difficulty. No, Nick said. What Cleo would say about my having alcohol? Wives are like that. I don't think so. She's like that, but some aren't. No, they're all that way. What? Because, Zeta said, their husband is the source of all their financial money. He belched, grimaced, leaned back in his swivel chair, the beer bottle gripped in one large hand. To them, well, look at it this way. Suppose you had a machine, a very complex, delicate machine, which, when it was working properly, it pumped out, fed out a line of pops. Now, supposing that machine... Is that really how wives feel about their husbands? Sure, Zeta burped again, handed Nick the bottle of beer. It's dehumanization, Nick said. Sure it is. Bet you purple and green ass it is. I think Cleo worries about me because her father died when she was very young. She's afraid all men life who can. You mean that? Nick asked. His brain had become so fogged over now that he could not tell if Zeta was serious, and if he did mean what he said, whether he was right or not. You mean, this could split us, he said. It split a lot of marriages before. Anyhow, are you so happy with it? You said before, she's vapid, your exact words, and you said it, not me. It's the alcohol, Nick said. Of course it's the alcohol. In vino veritas, Zeta said, and grinned, showing his brownish teeth. That's Latin. It means, I know what it means, Nick said. He felt anger now, but he did not know what toward. Was it toward Zeta? No, he thought, it's Cleo. I know how she would react to this. We shouldn't ask for trouble. We'll wind up in a detention dome on Luna, in one of those dreadful work camps. What comes first? He asked Zeta. You're married too. You have a wife and you have 2 children. Is your response? Again, his tongue failed to function properly. Where's your first loyalty? To them? Or to political action? Toward men in general, Zeta said. He raised his head, held the beer bottle to his lips, and finished the last of the beer. He then slammed it violently down on the table. Let's get moving, he said to Nick. It's like the Bible says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Free? Nick asked, also rising, and experiencing difficulty in doing so. That's the last thing Gordon's booklets are going to make us. A track will get our names, find out we're buying coordinate riding, and then always looking over your shoulder for tracks, Zeta said scathingly. How can you be alive that way? I've seen hundreds of people buy and sell pamphlets, sometimes 1,000 pops worth at one time, and he paused. Sometimes the tracks do worm their way in, or a prowl car catches sight when you're passing over some pops to a dealer, and then, like you say, it's in prison on Luna. But you have to take the risk. Life itself is a risk. You say to yourself, is it worth it? You answer, yes it is. God damn it, yes it is. He put on his coat, opened the door of the office, and stepped out into the sunlight. Nick, after an extensive pause, seeing that Zeta was not looking back, followed after him slowly. He caught up with him at Zeta's parked squib. I think you ought to begin looking for another wife, Zeta said. He opened the door of the squib and squeezed his bulk in behind the tiller. Nick, getting in also, slammed the door on his side. Zeta grinned as the squib shot up into the morning sky. That's really none of your business, Nick said. Zeta did not answer. He concentrated on his driving, turning his head. He said to Nick, I can drive badly now. We're clean. But on the way back, we'll have the stuff, so we won't get PSS for flagging us down for speeding or erratic turning. Right? Yes, Nick said, and felt the numbing fear inside him rise. It had become inevitable. The path they were following. He could not now get out of it. Why not? He asked himself. I know I have to go through it, but why? To show that I'm not afraid that a track will burst us? To show that I'm not dominated by my wife? For all the wrong reasons, he thought. Mainly because I've been drinking alcohol, the most dangerous substance, short of prussic acid, you can imbibe. Well, he thought, so be it. Nice day, Zeta said. Blue sky, no clouds to duck behind. He soared upward, enjoying himself. Nick shrank numbly back against the seat and merely sat, helpless as the squib oozed forward. At a payphone, Zeta made a call. It consisted of only a few half-articulated words. He's holding? Zeta asked. He's there? Okay. Yeah, right. Thanks. Bye. He hung up. That's the part I don't like, he said. When you make the phone call, all you can do is figure that so many million phone calls are made in one given day that they can't monitor them all. Like Parkinson's law. death will get us all. He cranked up the engine of the Squib, and they zoomed upward again. Presently, they were flying over a sprawling residential section of the city. Zeta peered down, scowling. Well, the goddamn houses look exactly alike, he muttered. It's so friggin' hard to see from the air. That's good. Be stuck right in the middle of 10 million loyal believers, Willis Graham and unusuals and new men and all the rest of that crap. The Squib dived suddenly. Here we go, Zeta said. You know, that beer affected. It actually did. He grinned at Nick. And you look like a stuffed owl. You look like you could turn your head completely around. He laughed. They came to rest on a roof landing field. Grunting, Zeta got out. Nick did so too, and they made their way to the escalator. In a low voice, Zeta said to him, "The osphorus stop us and ask us what we're doing here. We say we're bringing some guy back his Squib keys, which we forgot to give him when we fixed the Squib." That makes no sense, Nick said. Why doesn't it make any sense? Because if we had his Squib keys, he wouldn't have been able to fly back here. Okay? You say it's a second set of keys he asked us to order for his wife. At the 50th floor, Zeta stepped from the escalator. They made their way down a carpeted hall, seeing no one. Zeta paused all at once, briefly looked around, then knocked on a door. The door opened. A girl stood confronting them. A small, black-haired girl, pretty in an odd, tough way. She had a pug nose, sensual lips, elegantly formed cheekbones. About her hung the glow of feminine magic. Nick caught it right away. Her smile, he thought, it lights up. It illuminates her whole face, bringing it to life. Zeta did not seem pleased to see her. Where's Danny? He asked in a low but distinct voice. Come in. She held the door aside. He's on his way. Looking uneasy, Zeta entered, motioning Nick to follow him. He did not introduce either of them to the other. Instead, he strode through the living room, into the bedroomette, then into the kitchen area of the living room, growling like an animal. You clean here? He demanded suddenly. Yes, the girl said. She looked up into Nick's face, a jump of about a foot. I've never seen you before. You're not clean, Zeta said. He stood reaching down into the waste tube. He came up abruptly with a package which had been taped to the inside of the tube. You kids are nuts. I didn't know it was there, the girl said in a sharp, hard voice. Anyhow, it was fixed so that if a track busted down the door, we could flick it down the tube just by touching it and there'd be no evidence. They plugged the tube, Zeta said. Catch it down around the second floor before it hits the furnaces. My name's Charlie, the girl said to Nick. A girl named Charlie? He asked. Charlotte. She held out her hand. They shook. You know, I think I know who you are. You're Zeta's tire remover. Yes, he said. And you want a genuine booklet? Are you paying for it, or is Zeta? Because Denny isn't going to lay out any more credit. The one talks. I'm paying for it, Zeta said. This time, anyhow. That's how they always do it, Charlie said. The first booklet is free. The next is $5. The next is 10. Then the apartment door opened. Everyone ceased moving, ceased breathing. A pretty boy stood there, bulky, well-dressed, with tangled blonde hair, large eyes, an expression of intensity constricting his face, so that in spite of his prettiness, he had an ugly, cruel intensity to him. He surveyed Zeta briefly, then Nick for several silent moments. He then shut the door after him. Barack Bar locked it, walked across the room to the window, peered out, stood chewing on the edge of his thumbnail, radiating all about him, ominous vibrations, as if something awful, something which would destroy everything was about to happen. As if, Nick thought, he's going to do it. He's going to beat up all of us himself. The boy emanated an aura of strength. It was a six-string. It was overripe, as were his enlarged eyes and tangled hair. A Dionysus from the gutters understand? He glowered down at her. She gazed up, lips half-parted anxiously, her eyes unblinking with alarm. Turning rapidly, Denny picked up the booklet, tore the wrappings from it, studied it. "You got this from Fred," he said. "What'd you pay for it? 10 pops? 12? 12, Charlie said. "You're paranoid. Stop looking like you think one of us is a track. You always think someone is a track if you don't personally. What's your name?" Denny asked to Nick. "Don't tell him," Charlie said. Turning to her, Denny raising his arm, drew back. She faced him calmly, her face inert and hard. "Go ahead," she said. "Hit me, and I'll kick you where it'll hurt for the rest of your life." Zeta said, "He's an employee of mine." "Oh, yes," Denny said sardonically. "And you've known him all your life. Why don't you simply say he's your brother?" "It's the truth," Zeta said. "What do you do?" Denny asked Nick. "I re-groove tires," Nick said. Denny smiled. His entire manner changed, as if the trouble had faded. "Oh, yeah?" he asked and laughed. "What a job! What a vocation! Handed down you by your father?" "Yes," Nick said, and felt faint. It was all he could do to keep it from showing. He wanted to keep it from showing. He felt afraid of Denny, perhaps because the others in the room were. He was picking it up from them. Denny held out his hand to Nick. "Okay, Tyree, wanna buy a nickel or a dime book? I got both." He reached inside his leather jacket and brought out a bundle of tracts. "This is good stuff," he said. "All authentic. I'm the guy who prints them. I've seen Gordon's original manuscript. They're in the plant." "Since I'm paying for it," Zeta said, "it'll be a nickel booklet." "I suggest the morals of a proper man," Charlie said. "You do?" Denny said sardonically, eyeing her. She met his gaze as before, without flinching. Nick thought, she is as hard as he is. She is able to withstand it. But why, he wondered. Is it worth it to be near such a violent person? Yes, he thought. I can feel the violence and the volatility. He is apt at any time to do anything, any minute. He has an amphetamine personality. Probably he takes massive doses of one of the amphetamines, either orally or by injection. Or maybe, to do the job he does, he has to be this way. "I'll take that one," Nick said. "The one she suggests." "She's roped you in," Denny said. "Like she ropes in everybody. Every man, anyhow." To Nick, he said, She's a stupid, short bitch." "You fairy," Charlie said. "The lesbian talks," Denny said. Zeta got out a 5-pop bill and handed it to Denny. Clearly, he wanted to conclude the transaction and leave. "Do I bother you?" Denny asked Nick abruptly. He said, carefully, "No. Some people I bother," Denny said. "Of course you do," Charlie said. She reached out, took the handful of booklets from him, found the proper one and handed it to Nick, smiling her illuminating smile at the same time. 16, he thought. Older than that. Children playing at the game of life and death, hating and fighting, but probably sticking together when there's trouble. The animosity between Denny and the girl masked, he decided, a deeper attraction. Somehow they functioned in tandem. A symbiotic relationship, he conjectured. Not pleasant to look on, but nonetheless real. A Dionysus from the gutter, he thought, and a small, pretty, tough girl able to, or trying to, cope with. Hating him, probably, and yet unable to leave. Probably because he is, to her, so attractive physically and, in her eyes, a real man. Because he's tougher than she is, that she respects. Because she herself is so tough, she knows what it means. What a objects they peddle don't in themselves matter. It is strictly the fact that they are illegal and people will pay a good, very good price. "You sure this place is clean now?" Denny asked the girl. "You know, I live here. I'm here 10 hours a day. If they find anything here," he prowled about, suspicious in an animal-like way. The suspiciousness was complete with hatred. Suddenly, he picked up a floor lamp. He examined it, then got from his pocket a clue. He unscrewed 3 screws, and the faceplate came loose in his hands, and from the hollow shaft of the lamp appeared 3 rolled-up bullets. Then he turned toward the girl who stood unmoving, her face calm, virtually so anyway. Nick saw her lips pressed tightly together, as if she were preparing herself for something. Then his right arm, Denny hit her. Hit at her eye, but missed. She had ducked, but not far enough. The blow caught her on the side of the head above the ear, and with startling speed, she grabbed his extended arm, lifted his wrist, and bit him, bit deep into his flesh. Denny screamed, flailing at her, trying to free his wrist from the teeth. "Help me!" Denny yelled at Nick and Zeta. Nick, not knowing what to do, started toward the girl, hearing himself mumble at her, telling her to let go, telling her she might bite through a nerve and leave his hand paralyzed. Zeta, however, seized her by the jaw, inserted his big, dark-stained fingers into the hinges, and pried her jaws open. Denny at once withdrew his arm, examined the bite. He seemed dazed, and then immediately after, the violence returned to his face. And now, it was an enormous violence. His eyes bulged as if about to pop literally from his head. He bent, picked up the lamp, lifted it high. Zeta pinned it, gasping. He held the boy in a huge grip, and at the same time gasping to Nick, "Get her out of here. Take her somewhere. He can't find her. Can't you see? He's an alcohol addict. He'll do anything. Go!" In a trance, Nick took hold of the girl's hand and led her rapidly from the apartment. "You can take my squib!" Zeta, panting, yelled after him. "Okay," Nick said. He took the girl along. She came willingly, small and light, and he reached the elevator and stabbed at the button. "You better run off up to the roof," Charlie said. She seemed calm. She, in fact, smiled up at him with her radiant smile, which made her face so exquisitely lovely. "Are you afraid of him?" Nick asked as they got onto the escalator and began to sprint up it, 2 steps at a time. He still held her, gripped by the wrist, and she still managed to keep up with him. Lithe, spirit-like, she combined an animal-like ability to move swiftly with an almost supernatural gliding quality. Dear, he thought, as they continued on up. Far below them on the escalator, Denny appeared. "Come back!" he yelled, his voice shaking with agitation. "I'm gonna have to go to the hospital and get this bite looked at! Drive me to the hospital!" "He always says that," Charlie said placidly, unstirred by the boy's pitiful whine. "Just ignore him and hope he gets faster than us." "Does he do that to you very often?" Nick panted as they reached the roof field and sprinted in the direction of Zeta's park squib. "He knows what I'll do," Charlie said. "You saw what I did. I bit him, and he can't stand to be bitten. Have you ever been bitten by a full-grown person? Have you ever thought what it would feel like? And I can do another thing. I stand against the wall and sort of hold myself there with my arms out, so I'm tight against something, and then I kick with both feet. I'll have to show you sometime. Just remember, never try to touch me when I don't want to be touched. No man is going to do that and get away with it." Nick got her into the squib, ran around to the driver's side, slid in behind the tiller. He started up the motor, and there, at the escalator exit, stood Denny, wheezing. Seeing him, Charlie laughed in delight, a girlish laugh. She put both hands to her mouth and rocked from side to side, her eyes shining. "Oh, God," she said. "He's so angry, and there's nothing he can do. Take off." Pressing down on the power knob, Nick took off. The squib, old and battered as it was, had a well-souped-up motor which Zeta had built himself. He had modified every moving part, so in his own squib, Denny would never catch him. Unless, of course, Denny had souped up his own squib. "What do you know about his squib?" he asked Charlie, who sat smoothing down her hair and arranging herself tidily. "Has being mad in a couple of days anyhow. But for about 48 hours, he'll be homicidal. That really was stupid of me to hide those booklets in the lamp. He's right. But I still don't like being hit. Meditatively, she rubbed the side of her head where he had hit her. He hits hard, she said, but he can't stand to be hurt back. I can't really hit him and make it work. I'm too small, but you saw me bite. Yes, he said. The all-time great bite of the century. He did not wish to dispute that. It's very nice of you, Charlie said. A total stranger helping me like this, when you don't even know me. You don't even know my name. I'll settle for Charlie, he said. It seemed to fit her. I didn't get your name, the girl said. Nick Appleton. She laughed, her bubbling glee from between the fingers of her hands. That's the name a character in a book would have. Nick Appleton? A private track, maybe, or one of those TV shows. It's the kind of name that denotes competency, Nick said. You are competent, she admitted. I mean, you got me out of there. Thank you. Where are you going to spend the next 48 hours? Nick asked, until he cools off. I have another apartment. We use that too. We transfer stuff from one to the other in case a PSS, SNS warrant gets served on us. Search and seizure, you know. But they don't suspect us. Danny's family has a lot of money and influence, and one time a track started probing around, and a top PSS official, a friend of Danny's dad, called to tip us off. That's the only time we've had any trouble. Nick said, I don't think you should go to the other apartment. Why not? All my things are there. I have to go there. Go where you won't find you. He might kill you. He read articles about the personality changes often suffered by alcohol addicts. How much feral cruelty often came out. A virtually psychopathic personality structure, blended with the fast-moving quality of mania and the suspicious rage of paranoia. Well, now he had seen one. Seen an alcohol addict. And he did not like it. No wonder the authorities had made it illegal. Really illegal. An alcohol addict usually found himself, if caught, in a psychodidactic work camp for the rest of his life. Unless he could pay for a major lawyer who in turn could pay for expensive testing of the individual with the idea of proving that the period of addiction was over. But of course it was never over. An alkhound remained what he was forever, even after Platt's surgery on the diencephalon, the area of the brain which controlled oral cravings. If he kills me, Charlie said, I'll kill him. And basically, he's more afraid than I am. He has a lot of fears. Most of what he does out of fear. Out of panic, I should say. He's in a constant hysterical panic. What if he hasn't been drinking? He's still scared, and that's why he drinks. But he isn't violent unless he drinks. He just wants to run away and hide. But he can't do that because he believes people are watching him and know he's a dealer. So then he drinks. That's when it occurs. But by drinking, Nick said, he draws attention to himself. That's the very thing he's trying to avoid, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe he wants to get caught. He's never done a lick of work in his life before dealing in tracks and booklets and mini-tapes. His family always supported him. And now, he takes advantage of their what's the word? Credulity, Nick said. Does that mean like when you want to believe? Yes. It was reasonably close. So, he takes advantage of their credulity because a lot of people, superstitiously believe in promote, you know? About his coming back. All that schmap you find in Corden's writings. Nick, incredulous, asked, you mean to say that you people who deal in Corden's writings? You people who sell it? We don't have to believe it. Does the man who sells someone a pint of liquor have to be an alcohol addict himself? The logic, correct as it was, appalled him. It's for money, he said. You probably don't even read what's in those tracks. You just know them by name, like a clerk working in a warehouse. I've read a few. She turned to face him, still massaging her forehead. God, I've got a headache. Do you have any Darvon or codeine at your place? Seven. No, he said, filled with abrupt, alert unease. She wants to stay with me, he thought, for the next couple of days. Listen, he said. I'll take you to a motel. One picked at random. He'll never find you. I'll pay for it for 2 nights. Hell, Charlie said. There's that master location meter and control center that processes the name of everyone checked into every motel and hotel in North America. For 2 pops, he can use it just by picking up a phone. Nick said, We'll use a fake name. No, she shook her head. Why not? His unease became greater. He felt all at once as if she were sticking to him like flypaper. He couldn't pry her loose. I don't want to be alone, Charlie said. Because if he does find me in some motel room alone, he'll beat the hell out of me. Nothing like you saw, but really, I have to be with someone. I have to have people who... I couldn't stop him, Nick said truthfully. Even Zeta, for all his strength, hadn't been able to hold on to Denny for more than a few minutes. He won't fight with you. It's just that he doesn't want anybody, any third party, to see what he does to me. But... She paused. I shouldn't try to get you involved. It's not fair to you. Suppose a fight broke out at your place, and you were all bursted by the PSS, and they found that tract on you that you got from us. You know the penalty. I'll throw it away, he said. Now. He rolled down the window of the squib, reached into his cummerbund for the small book. So Eric Gordon comes second, Charlie said, in a neutral voice, a voice without censure. First comes protecting me from Denny. Isn't that funny? It's really funny. An individual is more important than theoretical. You're not hooked yet, sweet. You haven't read Gordon. When you do, you'll feel different. Anyhow, I have 2 tracks in my purse, so it wouldn't make any difference. Throw them away! No, Charlie said. Well, he thought, the stuff has hit the fan. She won't give up the pamphlets, and she won't let me leave her off at a motel. What do I do now? Just drive around and around in this damn in-city traffic until I run out of fuel? And there's always the chance that Schellenberg 8 will show up and we'll be finished right then and there. He'll probably ram us, kill us all. Unless the alcohol is worn off by now. I have a wife, he said simply, and a child. I can't do anything that... You did it. By letting Zeta know that you wanted a tract, you were in it the minute you and Zeta knocked on the door of our apartment. Before that even, Nick said, nodding. It was true. So fast, he thought. A commitment made in the blink of an eye. But it had been there a long time, building up. The news of Gordon's pending murder, and that was what it was, had brought him to a decision. And at that moment, Cleo and Bobby were in danger. On the other hand, the PSS had just now spot-checked him using Derbyshire as bait, and he and Cleo had passed it. So from the standpoint of statistical probabilities, there wasn't a good chance he'd be investigated soon again. But he could not fool himself. They'd probably watch Zeta, he thought, and they know about the 2 apartments. They know all there is to know. It's just a question of when they want to make their move. In that case, it really was too late. He might as well go all the way. Have Charlie stay with him and Cleo for a couple of days. The couch in the living room made into a cot. They had had friends stay overnight. But this situation differed sharply from those instances. You can stay with my wife and me, he said, if you get rid of the tracks you're carrying. You don't have to destroy them. Can't you just drop them off at some place you're familiar with? Charlie, without answering, picked up one of the pamphlets, turned the pages, and read aloud. The measure of a man is not his intelligence. It is not Corden's writings good. He had never seen an authentic Corden track before. Now, presumably, he had one, and he was free to read it himself and decide. And let her stay if it's good, he wondered. And if it isn't, toss her out to the wolves, to Denny, and the prowl cars with their telepathic unusuals listening constantly. I am life, the girl said. What? He said, startled. To you, I am life. What are you, 38? 40? What have you learned? Have you done anything? Look, I'm life, and when you're with me, some of it rubs off on you. You don't feel so old now, do you? With me here and the squib beside you. Nick said, I'm 34 and I don't feel old. As a matter of fact, sitting here with you makes me feel older, not younger. Nothing is rubbing off. It will, she said. You know this from experience, he said, with older men before me. Opening her purse, she got out her mirror and cheek stick. She began to stroke elaborate lines from her eyes across her cheekbones to the rim of her jaw. You use too much makeup, he said. All right, call me a two-hop whore. What? He asked, staring at her. His attention momentarily turned away from the mid-morning traffic. Nothing, she said. She closed up her cheek stick, placed it and a mirror back in her purse. Do you want some alcohol? She asked. Denny and I have a lot of contacts for alc. I might even be able to get you some... what's it called? Oh, yes, scotch. Made in some fly-by-night distillery out of God knows what, Nick said. She began to laugh, helplessly. She sat, head down, her right hand over her eyes. I can picture a distillery flapping through the midnight sky on its way to a new location, where the PSS won't find it. She continued laughing, holding onto her head as if the idea of it refused to leave her. You can go blind from alcohol, Nick said. Smoke. Wood alcohol. How can you be sure it isn't that? How can you be sure of anything? Denny may catch us any time and kill us, or the PSS may do it. It's just not likely. And you have to go by what's likely, not what's possible. Anything is possible. She smiled up at him. But that's good, don't you see? It means you can always hope. He says that, Corden. I remember that. Corden says it again and again. He really doesn't have much of a message, but I remember that. You and I might fall in love. You might leave your wife and I'd leave Denny. And then he'd go outright insane. He'd go on a drinking binge. And he'd kill all of us and then himself. She laughed, her light eyes dancing. But isn't it great? Don't you see how great it is? He didn't. You'll see, Charlie said. Meanwhile, don't talk to me for the next 10 or so minutes. I have to figure out what to tell your wife. I'll tell her, Nick said. You foul it all up. I'll do it. She squeezed her eyes shut, concentrating. He drove on, then turning in the direction of his apartment. 8. Fred Huff, personal assistant to PSS Director Barnes, placed a list on his superior's desk and said, Pardon me, but you asked for a daily report on apartment 3XX24J, and here it is. We used standard tapes of voices to identify those who came by. Only one person, one new person, I mean, came by. A Nicholas Appleton. Doesn't sound like much, Barnes said. We ran it through the computer, the one we leased from the University of Wyoming. It made an interesting extrapolation as soon as it had all previous material on this Nicholas Appleton. His age, occupation, background, is he married, does he have any children, has he ever... He's never broken the law before in any manner whatsoever. You mean he's never been caught? We asked the computer that too. What are the chances, given this particular man, that he would knowingly violate the law at the felony level? It said, probably no, he would not. He did when he went to 3XX24J, Barnes said caustically. So noted. Hence the application from the computer for a prognosis. Extrapolating from his case and others similar to it during the last few hours, the data. Well, it computed, but in so many possible ways as to tell us nothing. 10% a mass uprising, 15% a refusal to believe that the greatest probability is what? A belief that Gordon is dead, but that Grimble is not. That he's alive and will return, even without Gordon. You must remember that thousands, authentic or forged, writings by Gordon are being circulated everywhere on Earth every minute of the day. His death isn't going to end that. Remember the famous revolutionary of the 20th century, Che Guevara? Even though dead, the diary which he left behind him, like Christ, Barnes said. He felt depressed. He had begun to brood. Kill Christ, and you get the New Testament. Kill Che Guevara, and you get a diary that's a book of instructions on how to gain power all over the world. Kill Gordon, a buzzer on Barnes' desk buzzed. Yes, Council Chairman, Barnes said into the intercom. I have Ossifer Noyes with me. He nodded to her, and she rose from the leather-covered chair facing his desk. We'll come in. He motioned to her, feeling at the same time a stiff dislike of her. He did not like police women in general, and especially those who liked to wear the uniform. A woman, he had mused long ago, should not be in uniform. The female informers did not bother him, because in no way were they required to surrender their femininity. Police Ossifer Noyes was sexless, in actual physiological fact. She had undergone Snyder's operation, so that both legally and physically speaking, she was not a woman. She had no sex organs as such, no breasts. Her hips were as narrow as a man's, and her face was fathomless and cruel. Just think, Barnes said to her as they walked down the corridor, past the double rows of weapons police guards, and came to Willis Graham's massive, ornate oak door. How good you would feel if you had, after all, managed to get something on Irma Graham. Too bad. He nudged her as the door opened, and they entered Graham's bedroom office. In his huge bed, Graham lay, buried in piles of sections of the Times, an expression of cunning on his face. Council Chairman, Barnes said, this is Alice Noyes, the special ossifer who has been in charge of obtaining material relating to the moral habits of your wife. I've met you before, Graham said to her. Correct, Council Chairman, Alice Noyes said, nodding. Graham said calmly, I want my wife murdered by Eric Gordon on live worldwide TV. Barnes stared. Peacefully, Graham stared back, the look of animal cunning still on his face. After a pause, Alice Noyes said, it would, of course, be easy to snuff her. A fatal squib accident during a shopping tour to Europe or Asia. She makes them all the time. But by Eric Gordon, that's the inventive part, Graham said. After a pause, Alice Noyes said, respectfully, Council Chairman, are we supposed to work out the project, or do you have ideas as to how we should or could proceed? The more you tell us, the better our position operationally would be, all the way down to the working level. Graham eyed her. By all that, do you mean, do I know how to do it? I'm puzzled too, Director Barnes said at this point. I am trying, first of all, to imagine the effect this would have on the average citizen if Gordon did a thing of this sort. They'd know that all the love and gift-giving and mutual help and empathy and cooperation among old men, new men, and unusuals, they'd know it was so much bombastic bilge. And I'd be rid of Irma. Don't forget that part, Director. Don't forget that part. I'm not forgetting that part, Barnes said, but I still don't see how it can be done. At Gordon's execution, Graham said, all top officials of the government will be present, including wives. My wife. Gordon will be brought out by a dozen or so armed police guards. The TV cameras will be getting it all. Don't forget that. Then all of a sudden, by just one of those flukes that happens, Gordon grabs a hand weapon from an ossifer, aims it at me, but misses me and snuffs Irma. who will, of course, be sitting beside me. Jesus God, Director Barnes said heavily. He felt enormous weight gather over him, bowing him down. Are we supposed to alter Corden's brain so he's compelled to do it? Or do we just ask him to? If he'd mind, Corden will already be snuffed, Graham said. The day before at the latest. Then how? Graham said. His brain will be replaced by a synthetic neurocontrol turret, which will direct him to do what we want him, or it, rather, to do. That's easy enough. We'll get Amos Ild to install it. The new man who's building the Great Ear? Barnes asked. You intend to ask him to help you do this? It's like this, Graham said. If he doesn't, I'll cut off all funds for the development of the Great Ear, and we'll get some other new man capable of scooping out Corden's brain. He halted. Alice Noyes had shuddered. Sorry. Remove his brain, then, if you prefer it put that way. In any case, it's the same thing. What do you say, Barnes? Isn't this brilliant? He paused. There was silence. Answer me. Would help, Barnes said carefully, to discredit the Underman movement. But the risk is too great. The risk outweighs the possible gain. You have to look at it that way, with all due respects. What risk? First of all, you'll have to bring a top-level new man into this, which makes you dependent on them, which you absolutely don't want to be. And those laboratory synthetic brains they're making in their research centers, they're not dependable. It might go berserk and shoot everyone, including you. You wouldn't want to be out there when that thing emerges with a gun and starts through its program. I want to be a million miles away for the sake of my own heart. You don't like the idea of that, Graham said. My statement could be so construed, Barnes said, pulsing inside with indignation, which Graham, of course, picked up. What do you think, Noyes? Graham asked the policewoman. I think, Noyes said, that it's the most fantastically brilliant plan I've ever encountered. See? Graham said to Barnes. Curious, Barnes said to her. When did you arrive at that conclusion? A moment ago, when the council chairman talked about it was merely his choice of words, that to do with scooping, Noyes said. But now, I see it in perspective. It's the finest idea that's ever come to me in all the years I've spent in the civil service and this top office, Graham said proudly. Maybe so, Barnes said wearily. Maybe it is, which he thought is a commentary on you. Picking up Barnes' thoughts, Graham scowled. Just a fleeting dubious thought, Barnes said. A doubt which I'm sure will presently be gone. He had momentarily forgotten about Graham's telepathic ability. But even if he had remembered, he nonetheless would have thought the thought. True, Graham said, nodding as he picked up this, too. You want to resign, Barnes? He asked. And disassociate yourself from this? No, sir, Barnes said respectfully. All right, Graham nodded. Get hold of Amos Ild as soon as possible. Make sure he understands that it's a state secret, and ask him to get started on an artificial analog to Corden's brain. Get the encephalograms cranking out, or however it is they go about it. Encephalograms, Barnes said, nodding in agreement. A massive, intensive study of Corden's mind, brain, whichever. Graham said, You gotta remember the image Irma has vis-a-vis the public. We know what she's really like. But they think of her as a kindly, generous, philanthropic do-gooder who sponsors charities and generally beautifying public works, such as floating gardens in the sky. But we know... So, Barnes interrupted. The public will think that Corden has murdered a harmless, loving person. A terrible crime, even in the eyes of undermen. Everyone will be glad when Corden is killed immediately after his vicious, senseless act. That is, if Ild's brain is good enough to fool the unusual, the telepaths. In his mind, he could imagine the synthetic brain sending Corden ricocheting about the hanging arena, mowing people down by the hundreds. No, Graham said, picking up his thoughts once again. We'll gun him down immediately. There's no chance of a follow-up there. 16 armed men, all crack shots will fire on him instantaneously. Instantaneously, Barnes said dryly. After he's managed to shoot one particular person out of about thousands, it would have to be a damn good shot. But they'll think he was after me, Graham reminded him. And I'll be sitting in the front row, Irma with me. In any case, he isn't going to be gunned down instantaneously, Barnes pointed out. A second or two will have to elapse while he makes his shot. And if he's a little off, you're sitting right beside her. Graham said, chewing his lip. A slip of inches, Barnes said. And it would be you, not Irma. I think your attempt to combine your problem with the Underman and Corden and your problems with Irma into one big colorful operatic smash finale is a little too... He pondered. There's a Greek word for it. Terpsichore, Graham said. No, Barnes said. Hubris. Trying too much. Going too far. I still agree with Council Chairman Graham, Alice Noyes said in her brisk, cold crimson voice. Admittedly, it's daring, but it will solve so much. A man who rules, as does the Council Chairman, must be able to make such a decision, to try daring maneuvers, to keep the structure functioning. In this one act, I'm resigning as police director, Barnes said. Why? Graham asked, surprised. Obviously, no thoughts passing through Barnes' mind had forewarned him of this. The decision came out of nowhere. Because it will probably mean your death, Barnes said. Because Amos Ills will program it to get you, not Irma. I have an idea, Alice Noyes said. As Corden is led to the center of the arena, Irma Graham will descend from her place carrying one white rose. She will hold it out to Corden, and at that moment, he will grab a weapon from a Tulax guard and shoot her. She smiled thinly, her unusually dim eyes glittering. That ought to undermine them forever. An act of senseless viciousness like that. Only a madman would kill a woman bringing him a white rose. Why white? Barnes asked. Why what white? Noyes asked. The rose. The goddamn rose. Because it's a symbol of innocence, Noyes said. Willis Graham, still chewing on his lip, still scowling, said, No, I won't do. He's gotta seem to be trying to get me because he would have a motive for getting me. But what motive would he have for killing Irma? To kill she, who you most love. Barnes laughed. What's funny? Graham demanded. Maybe it'll work, Barnes said. That's what's so funny about it. And to kill she, who you most love? Can I quote you on that, Noyes? A model sentence all school children should learn. It parses so well. Academics, Noyes said scathingly. Hoarsely, his face red, Graham said to Barnes, I don't care about a grammar. I don't care about my grammar. I don't care about anybody's grammar. All I care about is that this is a good plan and she agrees, and you've resigned as of now. So you have no further vote on the matter. Anyhow, if I decide to accept your resignation, I'll have to think about it. I'll tell you sometime. You can wait. His voice submerged itself into an autistic mumble at that point as he mulled over the matter under scrutiny. All at once, he glanced up at Barnes and said, You're in a strange mood. Usually go along with everything I suggest. What's gotten into you? 3XX24J, Barnes said. What's that? A sample Underman apartment we're watching. We've been doing a statistical analysis with the Wyoming computer as to the characteristics of those who come and go. And you just got news you don't like. I got a very small piece of news, Barnes said. One average citizen, who apparently heard that Corden is going to be executed, all at once stepped across the line. Someone we had just tested, as a matter of fact. The computer didn't like that at all. Such a swing, such amplitude and loyalty, in such a short time. Announcing Corden's execution may have been a mistake mistake which we can still redeem. The judges could change their minds again, he added sardonically but straight-faced. I have an idea of a minor alteration in your plan, Council Chairman. Have Cordon's weapon a fake, too, along with him. He points the gun and fires, and then at the same moment, a sharpshooter hidden nearby Irma takes the actual shot at her. That way the chances of hitting you can be reduced practically to zero. A good thought, Graham said, nodding. You would take such a suggestion seriously? Barnes asked. It's a good suggestion. It overrides the element which you brought up as to what Barnes said. You must untangle your public life from your private life. You've got them all mixed in together. And I'll tell you something else, Graham said, still red-faced and hoarse. That lawyer Denfeld. I want some Cordon tracts and pamphlets planted around his apartment. And then I want to see a burst where he's caught red-handed. And we'll stick him away in Brightforth Prison along with Cordon. They can talk to one another. Denfeld can talk, Alice Noya said. And Cordon can write it all down. And the rest of the prisoners can read it. I think, Graham said, it's a masterstroke of my innate genius to solve my public and private problems with one act. It fits the requirements of Occam's razor, if you see what I mean. You see what I mean? Neither Barnes nor Noyes answered. Barnes was wondering how to withdraw his resignation, made hastily and without thought for future possibilities. And, as he thought this, he realized that, as always, Willis Graham was listening in. Don't worry, Graham said. You don't need to resign. But, you know, I really like that touch about a sharpshooter placed near Irma and me, ready to pick her off when Cordon fires his fake gun. Yes, that appeals to me. Thanks for the contribution. You're welcome, Barnes said, and held down his aversion and his rapidly boiling thoughts. I don't care, Graham said, what you think. I only care what you do. Feel as hostile as you want, it doesn't matter. Just so long as you give this project your complete and immediate attention. I want it done soon. Gordon might die on us or something. We need a name for the project. Code term. What do we call it? Barabbas, Barnes said. I don't catch the meaning, but it's fine with me, Graham said. All right, from now on, it's Operation Barabbas. We'll absolutely refer to it as that in both written and oral interchanges. Barabbas, Alice Noyes echoed. That was a situation in which the wrong one of two people was murdered. Oh, Graham said. Well, it still sounds good enough to me. He plucked fretfully at his lower lip. What was the name of the person who was innocent, who they snubbed? Jesus of Nazareth, Barnes said. Are you drawing an analogy? Graham demanded. That Cordon is like Christ? It's been done, Barnes said. Anyhow, let me make another point. All Cordon's writings have opposed force and compulsion and violence. It's inconceivable that he'd try to kill someone. That's the point, Graham said patiently. The whole point. It will discredit everything he's written. It'll show him up as a hypocrite. It'll undermine all his tracts and booklets. You see? It'll backfire, Barnes said. You really don't like my solutions to things, Graham said, gazing at him searchingly. I think, Barnes said, that in this case, you're being highly injudicious. What's that mean? Graham asked. Ill-advised. Nobody advised me. It's my own idea. Director Barnes gave up at that point. He let his brooding thoughts take over, and his tongue became silent. Nobody seemed to notice. So it's on with Project Barabbas, Graham said heartily, and smiled a wide, happy smile. At the sound of their special knock, Cleo Appleton opened the door of the apartment. Home in the middle of the day? She wondered. Something must have happened. And then she saw with him A small girl, probably in her late teens, well-dressed, with much makeup, and a white-toothed smile, as if of recognition.
You must be Cleo, the smiling girl said. I'm very glad to meet you. After what Nick has said about you,
She and Nick entered the apartment. The girl gazed around at the furniture, the wall colors. She appraised the decor expertly, seeing everything. It had the effect of making Cleo nervous and self-conscious, whereas she realized it ought to be the other way around. Who is this girl? She wondered.
Yes, she said. I'm Mrs. Appleton.
Nick shut the door behind the two of them. She's hiding from her boyfriend, he said to his wife. He tried to beat her up and she got away. He can't trace her here because he doesn't know who I am or where I live, so she's safe here.
Coffee?
Cleo asked. Coffee? Nick repeated.
I'll put on some coffee,
Cleo said. She surveyed the girl and saw how pretty she was, despite her heavy makeup, and how little she was. The girl probably had trouble finding clothes small enough to fit her. Trouble I wish I had, Cleo reflected.
My name's Charlotte,
the girl said. She had seated herself on the living room couch and was unbuckling her greaves. The wide, positive smile never left her face. She gazed up at Cleo with what seemed almost to be love. Love for someone she had never seen before in her life. I said she could stay here overnight, Nick said.
Yes,
Cleo said.
The couch makes into a bed.
She made her way to the kitchen area and poured 3 cups of coffee.
What do you take in your coffee?
She asked the girl.
Look,
Charlotte said, springing lively up and coming toward her.
Don't go to any trouble for me, honest. I don't need anything except a place to stay a couple of days. That's a place Denny doesn't know about. And we lost him. We shook him off in all that traffic, so there's really no chance of it.
She gesticulated.
A scene. I promise. You still didn't tell me what you want in your coffee. Black.
Cleo handed her a cup.
This is wonderful coffee,
Charlotte said. Carrying 2 cups, Cleo went back to the living room, gave Nick his cup, seated herself on a black plastic chair. Nick and the girl, like 2 people in adjoining seats at a movie, sat down side by side on the couch.
Have you called the police?
Cleo asked.
Call the police?
Charlotte asked with a puzzled expression.
No, of course not. He does this all the time. I just get out and wait. I know how long it lasts, and then I go back. The police? And have them arrest him? He'd die in jail. He has to be free. He has to go on sailing over great spaces very fast in that squib of his. The purple sea cow, we call it.
She then sipped her coffee earnestly. Cleo pondered. She had mixed feelings, chaotic feelings. She's a stranger, she thought. We don't know her. We don't even know if she's telling the truth about her boyfriend. Suppose it's something else. Suppose the police are after her. But Nick seems to like her. He seems to trust her. But if she is telling the truth, of course we ought to let her stay here. And then Cleo thought, she certainly is pretty. Maybe that's why Nick wants her to stay here. Maybe he's got a... She searched for the word. A special interest in her. If she wasn't so pretty, would he still want to let her in here to stay with us? But that did not sound like Nick. Unless he was unaware of his true feelings. He knew he wanted to help the girl, but he didn't actually know why. I guess we should take the chance, Cleo decided.
We'd be very happy to have you stay with us, she said aloud, for as long as you need to.
At this, Charlotte's face grew radiant with pleasure.
I'll take your coat,
Cleo said, as the girl wriggled out of it, Nick gallantly offering help.
No, you don't have to do that,
Charlotte said.
Cleo said, if you're going to be staying here,
she took the coat from Charlotte.
You'll have to hang up your coat.
She carried it to the single closet of the apartment, opened the door, reached for a hanger, and saw in one of the coat pockets a hastily rolled up pamphlet.
All night writing,
she said aloud, as she took it from the pocket.
You're an underman.
Charlotte ceased smiling. She looked anxious now, and it was obvious that her thoughts were moving rapidly as she hurriedly searched for an answer.
And that whole story about her boyfriend,
Cleo said.
It's a lie. The tracks are after her. That's why you want to hide her here.
She carried the coat
and the pamphlet back to Charlotte. "You can't stay here," she said. Nick said, "I would have told you," but he gestured. "I knew you'd react this way. And I was right." "It's true about Denny," Charlotte said in a mild, steady voice. "It is him I'm hiding from. The tracks aren't after me, and he just had a random chat. Nick told me. This apartment won't be coming up again for months, maybe years." Cleo stood holding out Charlotte's coat to her. "If she goes," Nick said, "I go with her." "I wish you would," Cleo said. "You mean that?" Nick asked. "Yes, I mean it." Charlotte rose to her feet. "I'm not going to split the two of you up. It isn't fair. I'll go." She turned to Nick. "Thank you anyway," she said. She accepted her coat, put it on, moved toward the door. "I understand how you feel, Cleo," she said, as she opened the door. She smiled her bright, but now frozen, smile. "Goodbye." Nick moved rapidly. He strode after her, stopped her at the door by seizing her by the shoulder. "No," Charlotte said, and with what seemed unusual force by a woman, she twisted loose. "So long, Nick. Anyhow, we shook the Purple Sea Cow. That was fun. You're a good driver. A lot of guys have tried to shake Denny off when he's in his ship, but you're the only one who's actually managed to do it." She patted him on the arm and walked briskly out into the hall. Maybe it is true about her boyfriend, Cleo thought. Maybe he did try to beat her up. Maybe we ought to let her stay. Anyway, in spite of the fact, but, she thought, they didn't tell me. Not her, not Nick, which amounts to a lie by omission. She thought, I've never known Nick to do that before. Here, he's put us in all this danger, and he hasn't said. I just happened to see the pamphlet in her coat. And, she thought, he might actually leave with her, as he says. Then he really must be involved with her, she thought. They can't have just met. It wouldn't be reasonable for anyone to go so far in giving help to a stranger. Except that in this case, the stranger is beautiful, small, and helpless. And men are that way. There is a weakness in their structure which comes out in situations like this. They no longer think or act reasonably. They do what they think of as chivalry, at whatever cost to themselves and, in this case, to their wife and child. "You can stay," she said to Charlotte, following after her into the hall as the girl stood struggling to get her coat back on. Nick stood blankly, as if he could no longer follow and hence participate in the situation. "No," Charlotte said. "Goodbye." She ran then, in full flight down the corridor like a wild bird. "God damn you," Nick said to Cleo. "God damn you too," Cleo said. "Trying to bring you in here to get us bursted. God damn you for not telling me." "I would have told you when the opportunity arose," he said. "Aren't you going after her?" Cleo asked. "You said you would." He stared at her, his face mobile with wrath, his eyes small and crammed with darkness. "You've sentenced her to 40 years in a work camp on Luna. She'll roam the streets with no money and no place to go, and eventually a prowl car will stop and they'll question her.